got what she came for.
Judges, just a reminder, you're not sharing mic, but you are sharing mic time.
Here in the ring is a group of two Surrey males from the black juvenile division. Really do want to recognize the fleeces for both of these males. Certainly is extremely impressive, the development that they're both expressing. Very well organized, overall extremely dense throughout. Confirmation was the overall separation point between first and second. First place steps up into that position based on the overall size of the frame, the correctness of the strength on the front and the rear leg sets, straight top line, even in balance and proportion as well. Transitioning from first to second place, while second place does have a degree of density that's certainly impressive towards the base of the lock. As he came into the ring, he just wasn't tracking as evenly. Would like to see him a little bit higher on those front pasterns, as well as walking a little bit more evenly in the rear leg set. Thank you to both of you, and well done.
Oh, okay. Looks like it's on. All right, so this is our junior showmanship class, and we started off with some really competitive kids out here. I did talk to them a little bit about what I'm looking for because I don't want to give the older people all the secrets. So you guys just get to come out here and figure it out on your own. But I did tell them some of the things I was looking for, what they did well, what they could improve on as they move up in those age divisions. Today I started off the class with my young lady here in her gorgeous blue suit. She just had her attention on me a little bit more of the time and was more aware of where I was at in the ring. But our young gentleman did a great job with his alpaca, and I hope that he keeps showing. So thanks for bringing them out, guys.
Here in the ring is two separate classes of the Surrey Brown yearling males. 80026 has been previously shorn, followed by 0028, never previously shorn. Starting here with the previously shorn, very happy to award a blue ribbon to this male as he's just shy of 2 years old. He's 23 months of age, and he's really developing quite nicely. He's maintained a relatively compact frame, but still maintained the balance and proportion to that frame. And where he really excels is in his fleece. He's maintaining not only a very organized fleece within the level of lock structure from skin to tip across the entire length of the blanket, but also very fine as well in uniform within the level of that micron. Really happy to award him a blue ribbon here today. Congratulations. And stepping up into the position of never previously shorn, this male certainly does have the look regarding the overall phenotype here. You can see that he's maintaining a relatively straight, strong top line, tracks evenly into the ring as well. As he's maintaining the organization from shoulder to midside to rump, I would like to see just a little bit less cotting as there is some environmental factor being worked in there. But as I work my way to the base of the skin, at the skin of the lock, he is maintaining independence to that lock and relatively fine as well for the age. Thank you to both of you and well done.
Test 1, 2, test, test. Test 1, 2, test, test. Test 1, 2. Results of the first two classes in the alpacas. First class, Surrey Black Juvenile Male. Second place, Tammy Sanders, Second Chance Ranch. First place, Scott Cochran, Four Seas Ranch. In class 102, first place, Scott Cochran, Four Seas Ranch. And then we had to add a class 102A, and that was Scott Cochran, Four Seas Ranch, that won that one. In the ring is class 103, Hakaya Gray yearling male in the ring at this time.
All right, this is our intermediate showmanship class, and like before, I talked to them a little bit more about things we could improve on, things we did well. But I started off the class today with my well-dressed young lady up here. She just had her animals square the most of the time that I was looking at them. She had the cleanest quadrant. She was paying attention to me, and it's for that squareness and those clean quadrants that she placed over our second place gentleman. He still had great attention on me, was paying attention the whole time, made sure that his llama was where it should be. It was just a little bit cleaner on our first place. And then moved to third place animal. It was just for little things like not lining up with the first animal when you lined up here. You're just a little bit out of that line, just not quite as clean on those quadrants and as you moved around with him. So thank you so much for bringing him out, and I hope you guys had fun.
Results of intermediate showmanship in the Llama division. In third place, Emily Hamilton. Second went to Seth Rowan. And the winner of the intermediate youth showmanship in the Llamas is Abrine Cozetto. Correction, in the Llamas, third place was Sierra Musser. Sierra Musser was the one that showed the Llama. She was the one that was third in showmanship. Thank you. Next in the ring is senior youth. Senior youth for the Llamas next in the ring.
Here at my first Wakaya class of the day with the yearling gray Wakaya males. And this was certainly a very competitive class overall here within these four. Coming to the top of the class, however, is the oldest within this group at 19 months of age. Really, he's just overall a very striking male. If you would like to walk him out, as I view him in motion, he's tracking evenly. His foot placement is correct both in the front and rear leg sets. As I view him walking towards me, I see the great width of the chest that he's maintaining, that he continues throughout towards the pelvis. So really quite an overall solid frame here. As I view his fleece, this is where he continues to get even better. He's maintaining a high degree of organization from skin to tip across the entire length of the blanket. Very fine as well as within those finer fibers, and it's extremely expressed across the entire blanket. From first to second place. Second place was the oldest within this group, and he certainly does have the circumference of bone that is very impressive and commendable to his frame. He's maintaining a very long stapling fleece and a very uniform fleece as well. However, as I view him walking away from me, he is just relatively moderately close within the rear leg set as I view him walk away. So certainly was a place and point here within this competitive top pair. But with that said, it's his fleece attributes that place second over third. Third place is certainly a very fine fleece overall, very uniform within the level of fineness. Ultimately, just not the same degree of density compared to the male that stands above him today, but is his conformational attributes regarding the growth of the frame here that places third over fourth. Fourth place is the youngest in the class at roughly 15 months of age, but I would still like to see a larger frame there. Want to see him continue to grow up and grow out into that frame and just have more testicular development as well as he continues to approach maturity. While he is maintaining a fleece that's relatively even within the level of fineness between the finer and stronger fibers, I just want to see more of it. I want to see more density relative to that fineness and a higher degree of organization across as well. Thank you to all of you, and well done.
On the alpaca side, the results for the Hakaya Gray Yearling Male. Fourth place went to Blazing Star Ranch, Karen Champion. Third place, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Mulligan. Second place, Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell. And first place went to Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. In the ring is Hakaya Roan, 2-year-old male.
All right, this is our senior showmanship class, and I got to pull out one of my tricks for this one just to make sure that they were paying attention. That's my favorite thing to do. But again, I talked to them a little bit about the nitpickier things that I'm looking for and kind of what separated them so that we're not giving any sneak peek to the adults because they don't need any help. They should know what they're doing. But I did start out with the young lady up here with the white llama. She was the cleanest around the ring. Her quadrants were very beautiful. She came to me and away from me very cleanly. I didn't have to do any work to see her animal being presented as it should be. So she very easily slid into my first place spot and held it. And when I pulled my trick, which I'm not going to explain because I don't want to give it away. I asked her to make sure that she knew what the trick was and why, and she was able to confirm for me why I did what I did. So she very easily earned her first place slot over our second place. It was just for that cleanliness and just sharper movements as she was doing her quadrants and as she was walking around the ring. But very, very tight pair for my first two. And then moving on down the line for my last three girls here, it was just that walking to and away from me, I didn't get as clean of a view on those front and rear legs and just not as clean on those quadrants, okay? So just things to work on and improvement as you move up, but I had a great time judging you guys, and thanks for coming out.
On the Llama side, Senior Youth Showmanship in fifth place, Emma Cruikshank. Fourth place went to Victoria Ware. Third place, Alexis Grossart. Second, Claire Rowan. And first was Brooke Rowan. Next in, Adult Showmanship. Adult Showmanship is in next.
Here in the ring, I have a group of 4 Wakaya 2-year-old roan males, and certainly was a very competitive class all the way from first to fourth, particularly here in the top pair. However, coming to the top in first place is number 80043. This male is certainly maintaining a high degree of fleece on his frame. As he came in the ring, he was slightly hesitant, but once he got moving, he's tracking relatively evenly. He's correct within his front and his rear leg sets with a straight, strong top line. As I open up his fleece, he's maintained a brightness to his fleece, character expressed evenly across the entire length of the staple, and really shows very minimal character differential between the shoulder, the mid-side, and the rump, and as I transition down towards the lower mid-side. So as this level of organization here and the level of that consistency of the organization that places first over second. While second place is the finest in this class and the most uniform within the level of that fineness, ultimately he is sacrificing when it comes to character towards that lower mid-side. Since he is so fine, I do suspect that that could be just a side effect of more environmental conditions relative to the level of fineness that he's maintaining. But as I view him today, that was a place in point here. He is, however, maintaining a stronger frame compared to that of third place. Third place, this male certainly has the organization, the brightness throughout the entire fleece. However, conformationally, he was not as strong as those 2 males that stand above him. As I view him in the profile position, I notice that he's not only high in the rump, but he also has a dip in his back, which is verified as I run my hand down from the shoulder to the rump. So certainly was a factor there, as well as just would prefer to see him higher on the rear pasterns as well. So it's these conformational attributes that place him here in third, but it's the fleece attributes that bring him up into the top 3 compared to fourth. While fourth place, I grant, has the advantage regarding the conformational strengths. Conformationally, he's very strong overall, substance of bone appropriate to the size of his frame. He's just lacking within the level of character and organization, transitioning to the shoulder and the extremities as well as the lower mid-side compared to that of the males that stand above him. Thank you to all of you, and well done.
Results on the alpaca side, Hikaya Roan, 2-year-old males. In fourth place, Lowdown Ranch, Maria Carico. Third place, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. Second place went to Ironhide Alpacas, Candence Raridan. And first place in Hikaya Roan 2-year-old males, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. Next in the ring on the alpaca side is the Hikaya Gray Roan Male Championship. Hikaya Gray Roan Male Championship next in the ring.
I'd like to congratulate the 2026 National Western Stock Show Color and Reserve Champion for the Wakaya Gray and Roan Combined Color Championship. Stepping up from the yearling age division for the Gray Wakaya male, this male certainly is impressive regarding his conformation and his fleece attributes. Conformationally, he really just looks the part already as he is an older yearling. He's maintaining a width to his chest that he maintains throughout his frame, and he's maintaining a high degree of organization. Having previously been shorn at least once now, he's really still maintaining a high degree of organization and regrowth that certainly is commendable. And stepping up from the roan 2-year-old division, this male takes the reserve championship based on the level of fineness that he's maintaining. As I view the sample on my sleeve, he was even finer than that of the other male that stood in the lineup compared for the reserve championship. So certainly was a very commendable attribute there, as well as the high degree of organization that he's maintaining. Congratulations.
All right, this was our adult showmanship class, and luckily I didn't have to pull a trick because Pedro kind of unwittingly did it for me, but it didn't really matter in the end. This group was really, really tight, and it came down to kind of nitpicky things, just how cleanly our first place came to and away from me so that I could see those legs really clearly. And that's something that I talked to all of the groups about, and now that we're at the end of showmanship, I can kind of give everybody else a clue. I tell everybody, tomorrow you're going to see me dancing around and looking for the best view of those legs, the best view of that profile. I'm going to be working my butt off. Actually, that's today. Sorry, usually halter's the second day. But showmanship, that's their job. It's their job to show me the best view of that animal so that I can get everything that I need without working for it. So today it was their job to make sure I could see beautiful angles through those front legs and the back legs so that I didn't have to move to see it. So a lot of that is where my placings differed today, is how cleanly they were able to do that and how cleanly they were able to do their quadrants and moving around. Something that I pulled for the seniors and kind of the adults is when you saw me pull the senior forward in her line, I was resetting the line. For showmanship, all of the animals' front feet, when they're on profile, should be in line with each other. So if I'm trying to see if people know that or if they're not paying attention, I will pull that first person forward and walk away. Once I've walked away from that first person, the line has officially been reset, and I'm waiting for all of the other exhibitors to realign with the first. Now, then I will ask the first person if they know what I'm doing, otherwise they may just get lucky. And my first place in senior did know that and was able to tell me why. Pedro was able to do that for me after his llama went to the bathroom today, and it didn't make much difference. But these guys were really close, and so it was just down to the walking to and away from me, the quadrants, and just the smoothness of the presentation around the ring. But really, really tight group. Thank you, guys.
On the llama side, results of adult showmanship. Third place, Ashley Clement. Second place, Pedro Carino. And first place, Julia Henrik. Next in is we're going into the halter, non-breeder, two-year-old male non-breeder. We'll follow that up with adult non-breeder, and then we'll move into the Surreys. On the alpaca side, Your champion Hikaya Gray Roan male it went to Sharon Milligan, Red Granite Ranch, and your reserve champion Sharon Milligan, Red Granite Ranch.
Here in the ring, I have 4 alpacas separated into 2 separate classes by age. Starting here with number 80012 from the juvenile black Wakaya male class. Just over 6.5 months of age, and this male certainly is off to a very impressive start. As I view him from a distance, I notice the overall phenotypical style that he's maintaining. At this young age, he's already very representative and very true to type of the Wakaya breed. He's maintaining a very fine fleece that is uniform within that level of fineness, being very soft and slick across the entire fleece. So really do want to recognize this along with the overall character and organization that he's maintaining. Very happy to award a blue ribbon. Congratulations. And stepping up into the group of 3 yearling Wakaya males certainly was a very competitive class and a balancing act between conformation and fleece attributes. Starting the class, however, is number 80008. This male is certainly the most complete here within this lineup. He's 20 months of age and he's maintaining an overall great size as he approaches maturity, great width to the chest and throughout towards the pelvis, straight, strong top lines as well. He does have the class advantage regarding the length of the fleece that he's maintaining. Extremely organized and consistent within the level of organization from skin to tip. Really is deserving of this blue ribbon today. Congratulations. From first to second place. While second place I do recognize is more conformationally correct regarding the leg sets, being nice and upright on all pasterns compared to that of first place. For 18 months of age, he is ultimately smaller than I would ideally like to see. So that was a place and point here. Want to see him get more width to that chest and continue to grow up and out into his frame. His fleece, however, is what brings him here in the second place. He's maintained a brightness at the base of the staple, and he's maintained a high degree of organization consistently from shoulder to midside to rump. That is what places second over third here. Third place, while this male is more appropriately grown, has a little bit more capacity, a little bit more spring or rib compared to that of second place, ultimately was lacking within the level of density and organization within that fleece compared to the top 2. Thank you to all of you, and well done.
All right, over in the llama ring, we have our 2-year-old non-breeder class. So these are our geldings. These are our boys and sometimes females that either don't cut it as breeders or their owners had some reason or another to geld them. So I do ask when I'm doing my hands-on why that animal may have been gelded or made a non-breeder and what their purpose is, because that's really important. Every animal should have a purpose and have something to do with their life. So that's something I like to ask for my non-breeders. But we did start off the class with this paint male. He was just the overall package for me today, stronger in that neck to back juncture and over his top line into his tail head. And his balance from his neck, back, and legs just gave me a cleaner picture than my second place animal. If I had to change something, I would turn those front feet forward just a little bit as he walked toward me, but that's why they're gelding, right? So there's always a reason. It was for that strength and that top line and balance that he placed over my second place animal, but I want to give a nod to my second place animal that his front tracking was very, very beautiful and did land over my first place today. It was just for that package that he ended up in second. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in Grand Reserve.
Results of Class 106, Hikaya Black Juvenile Male. Apple Country Estates, Nancy Chappell is first. Class 107, Hikaya Black Yearling Males. Third place went to Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. Second place to Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. And first place went to Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell. Entering the ring is Class 108, Hukaya Black 2-year-old male. It's a single entry from Red Granite Ranch, Sharon, Milligan. Results in the Llama's halter, 2-year-old non-breeder. Second place was main event. First place, Wesley ZF. Next in the ring is adult non-breeder. Adult non-breeder in the halters. Adult non-breeder. On the alpaca side, Class 108, Hakaya Black 2-year-old male, single entry, Red Granite Ranch. Sharon Milligan is the winner. Class 109, Hakaya Brown juvenile male. Second place is Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. First place, Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell.
Here in the ring, I have a group of 3 Wakaya males separated into 2 different classes based on age and color. Stepping up into the single entry class is the 2-year-old black Wakaya male. And if you take a look at this male, he's extremely well grown. He's maintained a straight top line, excellent circumference of bone relative to the size that he's maintaining as well. So conformationally and phenotypically, extremely impressive here. As I view the sample on my sleeve from the fiber that I pulled on his fleece, he is maintaining a very uniform fleece relative to the age within the level of fineness as well, and a high degree of density relative to that fineness. So certainly very impressive male here. Congratulations. And in the class of Class of 2 is what I'm trying to say. Juvenile Wakaya males. This male is certainly very impressive. It was a competitive class here. He's maintaining a high degree of staple length for the time of growth, and he's maintained a very organized fleece from skin to tip, extremely riddled with crimp structure, and he's maintained a high degree of brightness as well, and shows very minimal variation from one section to the next. So this male certainly is off to a very impressive start. Congratulations. And stepping up into the second place position, while this male is slightly more narrow and slightly more finer bone compared to that of the male that stands above him, he's still off to an appropriately, he is off to an extremely appropriate growth to his frame. He's maintaining an even balance, even proportion. However, ultimately, I would just like to see more density and a higher degree of organization at that mid-side. Thank you to all of you, and well done.
All right, this is our adult non-breeder llamas over here in the llama ring. I started the class off with my gray guy here. He gave me the best package overall with his balance. You're going to hear me say that a lot today, that neck to back to leg ratio. That's something that I look for a lot in my animals, and he just has the overall balance. He's smoother over his top line as he walks around the ring than the rest of my kids today, and it's just for that overall package that he placed up in front. It's for his angulation in his rear legs that he placed over my second place animal. My second place animal seems to want to camp under just a little bit in those back legs. But otherwise, he has a really smooth top line as he moves, and he is a very nice competitor in our non-breeder class. As we move down the ring, it's more about the movement in those front and rear legs as they come to and away from me that separates my top 2 from my bottom 2. My bottom 2 are a very, very tight pair, and it's for that top line on my 3rd over my 4th as where they place today. Thank you very much. And then we'll have our first and seconds for 2-year-old and adult come back out for Grand and Reserve. So you guys can stay.
In the llama ring, results from Class 302. Adult non-breeder in 4th place, Argentine Asian ZF. 3rd place, Argentine Affogato. 2nd place, Lamarado's Splicey Showman. And in 1st place, 3B Llamas Golden Trio Harry. Next in, Surrey's. Surrey yearling male, and Surrey 2-year-old male. Next in the ring.
Here in the ring is a class of 2 yearling brown Wakaya males. And as you can see here, there's 2 different body styles here to the Wakaya breed. Stepping here in first place is the more compact of the 2 frames. While I recognize that this male is more compact in the frame, he is still maintaining a substance of bone that certainly is commendable relative to the size that he's maintaining. As I view him from the ground up, really quite an impressive circumference there that he's maintaining. Where he really does excel within this group is the overall fleece organization. Opening up this fleece, it's a very long fleece, very organized from skin to tip, very bright as well across the entire length of the staple. And as I transition from the shoulder to the midside to the rump, there's very minimal variation within that high degree of organization, earning him the blue ribbon today. From first to second, while second place is more grown out and grown up into the frame, I would ultimately just like to see a finer fleece and a fleece that's carrying a higher degree of density as well and more organization. With that said, the level of micron that he's maintaining certainly is going to be a very usable fleece once it comes off in the spring and will be able to be used for that end product. So congratulations to both of you.
On the llama side, your champion non-breeder goes to 3B Llamas, Golden Trio Harry, and your reserve champion is Wesley ZF. On the alpaca side, for Class 110s, second place is Blazing Star Ranch Karen Champion, and first place Red Granite Ranch Sharon Milligan.
All right, this is our full division of Surrey males, which is very unfortunate because these two boys really hold their own in their own classes. So we have the yearling, which is our paint guy up front, and then we have a 2-year-old, which is our dilute appy guy in the back here. So they each are winning their own classes today, thank goodness. They're both great specimens. They're very, very stocky boys, solid, which I like to see in my Surreys. Great bone density, smooth movement around the ring, and their tracking is beautiful. So I don't usually give orals for my grands and reserves, but we're out here and we like to give a little variety. So I did end up granding my 2-year-old just for that solid top line, and he's just a little bit more fluid as he moves around based on that yearling growthiness. I have full faith that this yearling guy is going to grow into something magnificent. He just needs to widen out in his front and his rear and smooth out that top line a little bit. Thank you so much.
On the Llama side, in the Surreys, second place went to Tall Tales Odin, and was also the reserve champion. And your champion and first place was Tall Tales Lorenzo. Next in is the Silky. Silky is next in, single entry. Silky.
All right, once again in the ring, 3 alpacas separated into 2 separate classes based on age. Number 80066, this male is from the 2-year-old group. Really do want to recognize that this male is certainly very conformationally sound here. While he's maintaining a compact frame, he is maintaining a strong circumference of bone from the ground up, and he's tracking evenly as well. He's maintaining a strong top line. He's maintaining width to the chest that maintains throughout towards the rump as well. So conformationally, very well put together male. As I view the sample on my sleeve, he's maintaining a very fine fleece, which is certainly a very commendable attribute here for the 2-year-old division. He's been shorn a few times now, so it's certainly very impressive to see that he's still maintaining not only that level of fineness, but the level of uniformity within that fineness. Very commendable and very important for the end product use. Stepping into the mature group here, first place, approaching 5 years of age, and he certainly is really looking the part here. Even though that he is, once again, another male that's compact, he's got that width to his chest, and he's got that width to his entire frame. As I view the sample on my sleeve, he's maintained a fleece that is very fine as well, considering he is approaching his 5th birthday. And opening up his fleece breaks into individual staples that are riddled with crimp from skin to tip, and he's been shorn several times. The level of regrowth that he's maintaining is certainly very indicative of the quality that he is. So congratulations to you. From first to second place has that overall size, overall conformationally sound. However, as he is a few years younger rather than the male that stands above him, he's just not maintaining quite the same degree of organization nor the same level of fineness that I would like to see, such as what is expressed within the first place male. Thank you to all of you, and well done.
Results in the alpaca ring. Class 111, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan was first. Class 112, second place went to Aquarius Alpacas, Diana Krosnick, and first place, Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell. Next in is the Hukaya Dark Male Championship. Dark Male Championship next in the ring. This will be for champion and reserve champion.
All right, this is the solo entry in our whole silky wool male division, which is really unfortunate. Silkies are a really, really cool division of llama. They're kind of newer in the grand scheme of things, but this guy really represents it well. I did let his owner know he's got a little bit of loft for that silky and may get moved under a different judge, under a different day, but today we're going to leave him. He really shows a beautiful package, great movement on his front and rear legs, very, very clean window between both as he walks to and away from me. And his neck to back juncture is super strong. He's just an eye-catching boy. The paint job doesn't hurt him at all. So I'm really glad he came out here. I'm really sad that he didn't have any competition, but he is going to be our first and our grand champion today. Thank you.
In the llama ring, in the silky division, first and champion Emily Hamilton with 4R San Lucas. On the llama side, next in the ring is light wool. Light wool is next in the ring, a single entry. Then we have medium wool and then heavy wool.
All right, this is our light wool male llama division, and again, the sole representative of his group, which is unfortunate. We do like to have a little competition, and I like to work hard. fortunately enough, this guy is a great showman of his division. He shows off great attributes. He's got a great neck to back juncture. He's very stretchy. He's a beautiful boy. I really appreciate the bone density on him. Usually in the Surreys and the light wools, they kind of get a little bit finer, and to me it seems breakable. So I do like to see that bone density and that they're sturdy enough to hold themselves up and get around. So I wish he had more competition, but he is very deserving of his first and grand champion in the light wool division.
In the Llama ring, class 312, light wool, first and champion, FPL Maverick. FPL Maverick. Next in the Llama ring is the medium wools. Medium wools. Next in the Llama ring.
I'd like to congratulate the 2026 National Western Stock Show Color and Reserve Champion for the Dark Wakaya Male Division, and certainly was a very competitive lineup throughout that entire process. As you saw, I take a look at how they walk into the ring, assessing their gait and their overall conformational attributes, and then I take a look at their fleece, and I really do want to take a look at that fleece to see how well the traits are lining up in order to be the most usable for the end product. So with that said, our color championship here was really checking a lot of those boxes here today. As he comes into the ring, I noticed that he's got the width to his chest. He's appropriately grown for his age of 20 months. And as I view his fleece, he continues to get even better. His softness of his fleece is going to translate into the end product. So once this fleece gets shorn off, it's going to become processed, going to become some type of end-use garment, and that softness that's expressed within that garment starts right here on the alpaca. So really a lot of positive characteristics here, along with a high degree of brightness throughout the fleece. Very, very impressive male here. Congratulations. And stepping up into the reserve championship position at approaching 5 years of age, this male could not be overlooked. He is maintaining a high degree of organization within his fleece. Once again, extremely soft, and for his age, he's been shorn several times now, and it's impressive to begin with to have the amount of fiber that he has on his frame, let alone for 5 years, still maintaining a lot of density, a lot of fineness within this fleece, and very, very soft as well. Congratulations to both of you.
In the alpaca ring, your champion Hakaya black yearling male goes to the yearling Alpaca Country Estates Nancy Chappell, and your reserve champion Hakaya brown male is Alpaca Country Estates Nancy Chappell. So the Hakaya dark male champion went to Nancy Chappell, reserve to Nancy Chappell. Next in the ring is the Hakaya Fawns. Hakaya Fawn, juvenile male, then yearling male, then 2-year-old male, then mature male.
All right, this is my medium wool male division. You'll see this little brown boy standing by himself. He's our only juvie, and he came out here with the adults. Sometimes it's just easier for them to move around the ring, and they feel a little bit safer, especially because it's this guy's first show and first time away from mom. So they're bullying him this weekend. But he's a very nice young male, really, really strong for a juvenile. His balance is there. His top line strength is there. Of course, we'll probably see some growthy weirdness as he grows, but today he looks really great for a juvenile. I'd like to widen him out in that front and rear, but again, he's a baby. He'll get there. Otherwise, I'm really excited to see how he grows up. But he is very deserving of his first place as a juvenile. And then the 3 males over here in this line are our adult medium wool males. I started the class off with this fancy pink guy. He just brought it all together for me. He's very stretchy and very upright. He shows really beautiful balance and smooth movement around the ring, really clear through that front and rear legs, and just an overall package I really like to see in him. Moving to our second and third, I did let their owner know that for me, they fit a little bit better in a heavy or a moderate heavy class. But today we don't have a ton of animals, so I was going to leave them here. I didn't think it would change much for them today. So my second place over my third for that strengthened top line and just a little bit smoother movement on the profile as he moved around the ring. But really nice group of males, and I'm going to do my grand and reserve. Thank you.
In the medium wools, third place went to 3B Llamas, blue steel. Second, 3B Llamas, Draco. First and champion, Olendirk Farms, Colton. And then in the juvenile, you had PDL Diego was first in that in the juvenile, but it was reserve champion overall. Entering the ring is the heavy wolves. Heavy wolves on the llamas. Heavy wolves are entering the ring at this time. Upon completion of heavy wolves, all the champion males will come back for best of show.
Here in the ring is a class of 3 fawn Wakaya males from the juvenile age category. And all these males are in the 6th to 7th month age range. So 80015 comes as the top, and this male certainly is extremely impressive. He was the oldest within this group, and he really does look like it. And he's really maintaining an overall great growth, great development throughout his entire frame, and a very true to type head style to the Wakaya breed. As I take a look at his fleece, he's maintaining a fleece that becomes more and more organized from skin down to the tip. So really do want to recognize here the quality that this male is maintaining. Congratulations. From first to second place still has some more growing up to do, but is nonetheless appropriately grown for the young juvenile. He is maintaining a finer fleece compared to that of the first place male. However, I would just want to see more of it. It needs some little bit more time to continue to allow that density to further develop here in order to move up into first. He is, however, carrying the denser of the 2 fleeces in more organization from second to third place. Third place, it was the youngest in the class. I do want to recognize the length that this male is carrying. However, I do just want to see more solidity to the staple, seeing more organization towards the base of that staple type. So congratulations to all of you, and well done.
Results of class number 114 in the Alpaca Arena. Third place goes to Lazy Bee Acres Alpacas, Larry Zier. Second place, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. And first place, Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell. Next in, class 115, Hakaya Fawn Yearling Male.
All right, this is my yearling heavy wool male class, and two really, really nice boys that they brought out for me to judge today. A really tight pair between these two, but mostly what ended up putting my first place, which is my all dark brown boy here, over my kind of tuxedo boy, was really that strength over his top line and the smoothness around the ring on his profile. I just like to strengthen out that top line on my second place boy a little bit more and just make him a little smoother on that movement as he moves around the ring. But I really love the bone density on these guys, the fiber density and the quality. They really show what we look for in our heavy wools, which you don't get all over the country, unfortunately. So thank you for bringing them out, and we'll see them in Grand Reserve.
In the Llama ring, results of the yearling heavy wool. Second place, Rocky L. Melagro, TJR. And your first place was Argentine Maximus Tanis. Next in, 2-year-old heavy wool. 2-year-old heavy wool next in.
Class of 4 yearling fawn Wakaya males. Certainly was a competitive group here, particularly towards the top half. Starting in class, however, is this male right here, and he was the youngest within the group. As he came into the ring, he certainly was an attention grabber. The head style that he maintains, the correct conformation as well, how evenly he walks into the ring, certainly is off to a very strong start with that baseline to start with. Where he continues to excel is the level of fineness that he's maintaining. As I take a look at his fleece, he's maintained an exceptionally soft fleece, very tight crimp structure as well. Really did have to work my way to get to the base of that staple towards the skin to see the expression of that tightness, but it certainly was prevalent once I did work my way there. And that was the separation point here within that level of fineness between first and second. Second place, a little bit more growth, a little bit more height to that frame compared to that of the first place male, but a couple months additional growth of age as well. As I take a look at this fleece, the crimp structure is slightly more expressed as I work my way towards the extremities. However, there's a separation point between the fineness that separates first and second here today. He is, however, carrying the denser of the two fleeces compared to that of third place. Third place, this male was the oldest, so served as the benchmark. He was the first one I assessed. He's got the width to the chest, stands nice and correct on all fours. Ultimately, just wasn't maintaining the same level of organization and density towards the base, evenly expressed across the entire blanket. So that was a separation point here between second and third place. From third to fourth place, once again, a nicely grown male, perhaps just slightly out of proportion at this point in his development, as I view him being slightly longer within the legs compared to the ideal. But he is a yearling, so does have time to continue to grow up and grow out of that particular feature here. While I do recognize the tight crimp structure that he maintains at the top line, he does sacrifice that, so he doesn't maintain that quite as well down towards the lower mid side and towards the extremities. Thank you to all of you, and well done.
All right, this is our single entry in the 2-year-old heavy wool male class, and another really beautiful specimen that Emily keeps bringing out here in her solo classes. I wish he had some more competition, but he holds up on his own really well. He has a beautiful straight top line, his balance is there, and he moves really smoothly around the ring. If I had to change one thing about him, I'd like to give him a little more width in that front and rear as a 2-year-old, but they're still growing, and a lot of them can mature into their 4th and 5th year, so we definitely have time for him to do that. And he shows me straightness through those front and rear, so just that width is all I'm looking for. But I appreciate you bringing him out, and we'll see him in Grand and Reserve.
In the alpaca ring, results of Class 115. In 4th place, Lazy Bee Acres Alpacas, Larry Zier. 3rd place went to Lowdown Ranch, Marie Carico. 2nd place, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. And 1st place, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. In the ring is Class 116 and 117. 116 and 117 in the ring at this time. On the Llama side, your 2-year-old heavy wool goes to Manolete Lorenzo. In the ring is the adult heavy wool. 2 entries. Upon completion of this class, all the champion males will come back in for best of breed.
All right, the alpaca's in the ring again, broken into two separate classes. 2-year-old Wakaya male from the fawn color group. This male certainly is extremely impressive here. It's a shame that he did not have additional competition. As I view him, he's maintained just such a large frame to him. He's maintained strong substance of bone from the ground up, excellent leg coverage, and a head style, all of which contribute to being extremely true to type to the Wakaya breed. Really, this is what the fawn Wakaya male should look like. As I take a look at his fleece, he's maintaining an organization that's extremely prevalent across the entire blanket. Character is expressed from skin to tip, showing very minimal variation between the finer and the stronger fibers as well. So certainly, this male is certainly one to keep an eye on. Congratulations. And stepping into the class of two mature fawn Wakaya males, very competitive class, very close pair here. However, the first place male here, he's maintained just more evenness to his fleece, showing a lesser degree of variation between the finer and the stronger fibers as I work my way down towards the lower mid side compared to that of the second place male. Both of these males certainly do look to be very comparable within their stature, within their overall conformational and phenotypical attributes. So is that placing point here within that variation of micron that places first over second. Thank you to all of you and well done.
All right, this is our adult heavy wool male class. And as you can see, really, really comparable boys in their body style. I mean, if you sheared them completely naked and you looked at them on profile, very, very similar builds on these two boys. So it really came down to the smoothness of walking to and from me and the smoothness of walking around the ring. And I did give the nod to my first place paint guy for a little bit more stretch in that neck, just giving him a little bit more upright, a little bit better neck to back juncture on him. If I were to change anything about my first place, I'd want to raise that tail head just a smidge and widen him out in the rear legs just a little bit. But overall, these boys are really, really beautiful, and it was for that movement around the ring in the front legs that he placed over our second place today. Go ahead and stay here for Grand and Reserve, and we will get that going. Thank you.
In the alpaca ring, results of Class 116, Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell is the winner. Class 117, in second place, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan, and the first place is Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. Now in is the Champion Drive. Champion Drive now in for the Wakaya Fawns. On the in the Llama ring, adult heavy wools. Second place, Shantar's Copperfield, and first went to Once Upon Storm the Castle. In the ring at this time is the Champion Drive of the Heavy Wolves. Champion Drive of Heavy Wolves in the ring. Upon completion of this class, all the champions will come back in for best of breed. In the Llama Arena on the heavy wolves, your champion went to Manolet's Lorenzo, and your reserve champion, Wasapana's Storm the Castle. In the Llama Ring, the champions of each male champion comes back in for best of show. Each male champion comes back in for best of show.
All right, congratulations to the 2026 National Western Stock Show Color and Reserve Champion for the Fawn Wakaya Male Division. Stepping up from the 2-year-old age group at 27 months of age, this male certainly just does look the part. He's got the size, he has a structure of bone to him, he has the head style and overall leg coverage. And as I view his fleece, he's extremely organized across the entire blanket. As I work my way down from the shoulder and even down towards that front leg, he's really sacrificing very minimal character variation. So really do want to recognize how well this male is put together. Congratulations. And stepping up from the mature group, roughly 43 months of age, this male does earn the reserve championship based on longevity. He's maintaining a very fine fleece for his age, high dense as well relative to that degree of fineness. Certainly both of these are impressive males. Congratulations.
Results of the Hukaya Fawn Male. Your champion goes to Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chapel, and your reserve champion is Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. 1:30. 1:30 back for the start of the second half of the alpacas for today. It'll be a lunch break, and it'll resume at 1:30. In the Llama Arena, your best of show went to Tall Tales Lorenzo. Tall Tales Lorenzo, best of show. In the Llama Arena, again, the show will restart at 1:30 with the females. 1:30 with the females.
All right, moving into the afternoon here is a single entry for the light Wakaya male juvenile age division. Happy to award a blue ribbon to this young male here, just shy of 9 months of age. So while he does express a little bit more of a compact frame at this point, I will say that he is even and balanced in his proportions. So would just like to see those proportions just on a larger frame. Still plenty of time for that to take place. Regarding the fleece, this is a soft handling fleece, very fine, very uniform within the level of fineness between the finer and stronger fibers as well. Certainly is one to keep an eye on. Congratulations.
Results of Class 119, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan is the winner. In the ring is Class 120. 120.
You just want to turn and face the audience here, and then we'll have you turn and face, and you'll go behind him. All right, this is our Surrey female division. Our black and white lady here is our single juvenile entry, and she's a very nice specimen for her class. As you can see, compared to her older friends in the class, she's a little bit growthy in that back end, but we see that a lot with our babies. They're just growing all the time, super fast. So it depends on what day, what you get. So she does show us really true tracking in the front and rear, which I appreciate, and her neck comes out of her shoulder beautifully. It's just that top line I'd like to straighten out as she grows, but she holds up the juvenile class very well. And moving into our 2-year-old division, we didn't have any yearlings and we don't have any adults. I started the class off with our mostly white female. She just had the smoothest top line as she moved around the ring. Her neck comes really beautifully out of her shoulder, and her feet drop right exactly where they're supposed to, moving to and away from me. I would like to widen her out just a little bit in the front and rear, but they track really straight, so there's not a lot to fix there. It is for that movement as she walked around the ring on profile that she placed over our second place girl, and a little bit of that substance as well. Our brown girl here in second is a really, really pretty female, and she has everything put together, but she doesn't show me she wants to be here today, and she's not really upright and saying, it's me, I'm the winner, and sometimes they just need a little extra oomph to place in that first place slot. But I'm going to do my grand and reserve. Thank you guys for coming out.
Right here in the ring, I have 3 Wakaya males separated into 2 separate classes. Starting here with the class of 2 yearling light Wakaya males. This male certainly was the eye catcher of the 2. As he came in, I took note of the size to him, the substance of bone from the ground up that he's displaying. He's got the width to the chest that maintains throughout towards the rump. Really structurally sound male here. And where he gets even better is the fleece. He's maintaining not only a very fine fleece, but it's also extremely organized. Very bright across the entire length of the staple. Crimp structure is very evident from the shoulder to the mid-side to the rump, and even as I transition down towards the lower mid-side. So really there is a lot of positives here. As I view him on the right side of him, I do see that there is that fawn spot there, but I am more forgivable on that, considering that this is the light color group. If this would have been in the white class, that was where this could have become more of a placement point. But with that being said, for the light male, he certainly is quite exceptional here today. Congratulations. From first to second place. Second place stands here, perhaps just slightly out of proportion as I view him in the profile, just slightly a little out of balance. Would like to see a little bit more depth to that chest from the top line down to the bottom of the chest cavity. But as he is a yearling, he still has plenty of time to continue to grow up and grow out of that particular trait, as it is only slight. As I take a look at his fleece, it's a tight crimp structure that's expressed especially at that top line and mid-side, but doesn't quite carry quite as well towards the extremities as that of the male that stands above him today. And stepping into the 2-year-old single entry division, this male certainly is one that I really do want to recognize because he's 31 months of age and he's still packing on a lot of fleece. It's a very dense fleece relative to the level of fineness that he's maintaining, and extreme on a very sound frame as well. Straight top line, substance of bone from the ground up, very commendable relative to the size. Congratulations.
On the Llama side, out of that ring, Surrey's. The Surrey Juvenile was a single entry. Tall Tales Torby. In the 2-year-old, we had two animals. Tall Tales Freya was second place, and Tall Tales Ameria was first. Tall Tales Ameria was also champion, and Tall Tales Freya was reserve champion. Next in is the Light Wool. 2 entries. And on the alpaca side, Class 119 went to Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. Class 120, second was Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. First was Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. And in Class 120, in the ring on the alpaca side is Class 122 and 123. Thank you.
All right, you guys can just stay as you stand. This is our silky wool female full division, both yearling females. And it's funny, I actually had to ask the owner if these two girls were related because as they walked out here, they shared the same body style, the same traits, the same flaws even. So I was surprised to find out that they are not, in fact, related even a little bit. But very, very similar girls. If you took the silhouette of each of these girls, you'd be looking at almost the same llama. So I'm really nitpicking here when I place my gray girl in front of my mostly black female in second. And it's really just for that stretch of neck, stretch of the leg that she's just got a little bit more with her age and just a little bit smoother as she moves around the ring. But really, they're very similar females. So they will also be my grand and reserve as they stand since they are my only two today. So thank you guys.
Here in the ring, I have 4 Wakaya males from the white color group, broken into 2 separate classes, class of 2 juveniles, followed by a class of 2 yearlings. Here within the class of 2 juveniles, first off, I do want to recognize how well grown both of these males are. So thank you for bringing out such well-developed juveniles. Certainly is excellent to see here. However, starting the class here is the older of the 2. If you would like to walk him out, this male certainly is very eye-catching. He just looks the part, seeing the substance of bone to his already solidly built frame, and he's even in his balance and his proportions. Add into addition the phenotypically pleasing head style and the leg coverage really certainly is quite eye-catching. As I take a look at his fleece, this is where he continues to separate himself within this pair. He's maintaining not only a fine fleece, but a dense fleece relative to that level of fineness. From first to second place, I do want to recognize the overall evenness of color, as first place did have a spot there on that right side. Second place has the advantage regarding color uniformity. I also want to recognize the overall length here. For just 7.5 months of growth, this is quite exceptional length here. So I would encourage you to keep an eye on after shearing to see how this continues to come back within that second fleece. While the crimp structure is beginning to organize at the base of that long staple, it just ultimately isn't carrying the same level of density compared to that of the male that stands above him. And moving into the group of 2 yearling Wakaya males, it certainly is a close pair here in fleece and conformational attributes. We're really balanced. Starting here in first place, he is carrying the finer of the 2 fleeces as well as the denser and more organized at the base of the staple. As I move from first to second place has more width, more capacity, and spring of rib overall compared to that of the male that stands above him on a larger frame as well. However, ultimately just wasn't quite able to compete here within the level of fleece attributes compared to the first place. Thank you to all of you, and well done.
On the llama side, we move to silkies, and your champion yearling silky was PDL Good Margarita, and your reserve champion PDL Campari Spritz. Results of Class 122, Hukaya White Juvenile Male. Second place went to Lazy Bee Acre Alpacas, Larry Zier. And first place was Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell. In Class 123, second place was Lazy Bee Acres, Alpacas, Larry Zier. And first place, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. Going into the ring is Class 201 and 202. No, just On the alpaca side, we have class 201 and 202 in the ring.
All right, this is our full light wool female division and both adult females. Again, it's too bad not to see more animals out here representing the division, but we do have two really nice females that are showing up out here and representing for the light wools. I started the class off with this girl up here, and she won the class for me. She moved the smoothest around the ring. Her neck comes really straight up out of those shoulders and drops straight down to her legs the way we want to see. And to and from me, her legs were very straightforward. It is for that neck to back juncture as well as her top line that places her over our second place animal today. Just want to smooth that top line out a little bit more, bring that neck just a smidge more out of the shoulder, and that would move her up in the class today. But thank you for bringing them both out, and they'll be our grand and reserve as they stand as well.
Results of the light wools on the Llama side. Your champion went to 2-bit 2 triple threat, and your reserve champion was Dazzling Dolly. Next in is Medium Wolves.
Right here in the ring, three alpacas separated in two separate classes. Difference in both breed and color here. So starting with the single entry Surrey fawn female. I'm very happy to award a blue ribbon to this female here today. She's extremely well grown for her age. She's expressing overall height to her frame and maintaining already the width to her chest that's continuous throughout towards her pelvis as well. So really off to a great start conformationally. As I open up her fleece, high degree of luster within that fleece, especially as I work my way down to the base of the lock. As I take a look here at the lock structure, it's organized, layering extremely well from shoulder to midside to rump. If I could critique anything with that fleece, I would say I just want to see even more of it. And we'll just want to see more time for her to continue to develop, allow that density to continue to work its way in there, and add even more luster and more organization. She's certainly one to keep an eye on. Congratulations. Switching breeds here now, gray Wakaya females. Certainly very happy to award a blue ribbon to this young female ending in number 016. She's got the chest to her, she's got the structure, substance of bone from the ground up, and she's maintaining a high degree of density. When I view the sample on my sleeve, she's not only very fine, but very fine both in the dark and the light fibers. So really certainly is an impressive young female here, and she is really packing on a lot of that fine fleece. From first to second place, once again, another female that's conformationally sound. She's off to a great start regarding her overall phenotype and her conformation. Ultimately, though, she's just not quite carrying the same level of fineness nor the same level of uniformity of fineness compared to the female that stands above her. But she certainly is still maintaining an organization to that fleece and a brightness to that fleece across the length of the staple. Congratulations to all of you, and well done.
right, this is my juvenile and my yearling medium wolf females. We split the classes up just a little bit to make them more comfortable as they moved around the ring, so then you'll see our 2-year-old and adults come in next. My juvenile is the solo entry in her class. She's our really nice brown and white female with the lady handler. She's our juvenile, and she really holds herself up out here. I said it about, I think, a little male earlier. Just very impressive for a juvenile and how well she's put together, and you're not seeing any of that weird growthiness right now, so it's a good day. Really beautifully moving around the ring. Always want to widen them out as they grow, but I'm not too worried about that as a baby. Great neck to back juncture and smooth top line. So a really, really beautiful girl out here as a juvie. Moving into our yearlings. Something to know about me is I'm not a size queen. You'll see a lot of judges across the country, and their placings will be like cell phone bars, and it's tallest to littlest, and that's not my style. I'm looking for the overall package and most correct traits in the animal, and today my little paint girl showed just a little bit more of that for me. She moves really smoothly around the ring. Her top line's very smooth. You could put a glass of water up there and it wouldn't fall off. I'd like to widen her out in the front and rear, but she does move really straight, and her neck comes right out of that shoulder like I like to see. It is for those things that she places over our second place animal. Just really want to pull that neck up just a little bit straighter and smooth her out over that top line. But as yearlings, they're still growing, and she is in a huge growth spot right now. I mean, you can tell. She's a big girl. So she's definitely going through just a little bit of weirdness, but I have a good idea that she's going to grow up and be really nice. So thank you guys for bringing them out, and we'll have you out for Granite Reserve. Thank you.
Three alpacas in the ring, separated into two separate classes, starting with the single entry gray Wakaya female. Certainly is a shame that this female did not have additional competition, or any competition for that matter, because she certainly is competitive in her own right. Starting with her conformation, really she's looking extremely overall quite very well put together. A straight top line, strong substance of bone, and an even balance and proportions to her. She's exhibiting a great Springer rib and capacity throughout her entire frame, which is extremely important within these females that are approaching maturity and approaching breeding age. As I view her fleece, she just continues to add on even more positive points. She's maintaining a long fleece structure, very tight crimp structure expressed across the entire length of that long staple, and she's showing very minimal variation between the shoulder and the midside and the rump. As I take a look at the sample on my sleeve, between the white and the dark and brown and black fibers, very minimal variation between those finer and stronger fibers. So certainly very happy to award a blue ribbon here today. Congratulations. Stepping into the class of 2 Roan Wakaya females. Competitive class here overall. However, the number ending in 047 is the one that does take the blue ribbon based on the fleece attributes. Really, there's a lot of fleece packed onto this female as I take a look at the sample on my sleeve. She's not only extremely fine and uniform within that level of fineness, but there's a lot of that fiber packed on there. Very bright fleece, very organized from skin to tip across the entire length of the blanket. Congratulations. From first to second place, conformationally, both of these females are relatively comparable, so as the fleece attributes that place them apart. Second place just wasn't quite maintaining the same level of organization as I worked my way towards the extremities compared to that of the first place female. But overall, she's maintained a growth to the frame that I certainly do want to recognize for this yearling female. Thank you to all of you, and well done.
Results in the Llama ring, medium wolves. PDL Esmeralda was in single entry. RWL Cassini's Asgard's Freya won class 324. And second in class 324, TJR Argentine Blossom. In the ring is the class 325 and 326.
Class of 3 black juvenile Wakaya females. Tell you what, I'll have everybody come up a little bit if you can, please. Excellent. Class of 3 juvenile Wakaya males. Very competitive class here from first to third. Each one of these young females certainly has plenty of talking points. However, starting the class is the entry ending in 062. This female here certainly is quite eye-catching. Even though that she is compact in her frame at this point, she's still appropriately grown for her age. And as I view her from the ground up, I really want to recognize the strong substance of bone relative to the size that she is maintaining. So really off to an excellent start. Full leg coverage, very pleasing phenotype as well to the head, very true to type to the Wakaya breed. This is exactly what the young Wakaya female in the black color group should look like. As I view her fleece, she's maintaining not only a very dense fleece, but a very soft fleece as well. As I transition from shoulder to the midside to the rump, very minimal variation overall within that tight crimp structure. So really happy to see all those traits link up together here. Congratulations. From first to second place. Second place was the youngest in the class and the most well grown. Slightly a little bit more narrow within the front and the rear leg sets as compared to that of the first place female. She just was hesitant to walk into the ring here, so just wasn't quite able to give me the best assessment of her gait. But with that said, it was the overall fleece attributes to keep her here in second because she's maintaining a long fleece. It's very bright, extremely soft overall, just not quite the same level of density that's expressed within the female that stands above her. She is, however, carrying a more uniform fleece regarding the level of micron compared to second to third place. Third place, excellent width overall to the chest that carries throughout towards the pelvis. As I viewed the sample on my sleeve, there just is more variation between the finer and stronger fibers compared to the female that stands above her, but she is not sacrificing within the level of organization. It's a tight crimp structure expressed across the length of the staple here, and that's ultimately where she places here in third. Thank you to all of you, and well done.
All right, out in the ring on the llama side, we have our medium wool females. I have this gray girl is our solo entry in the 2-year-old division, and then we have our adults lined up on the other side. So we'll start with our 2-year-old. This really pretty silver girl came out, and she's really well put together. There's not a lot to fault about her. Her neck comes out really straight when she holds it up nice. Her top line's beautiful. I'd love if she popped that tail more, but it's not a flaw. It just is a nice look. But she's very square as she stands naturally. You can see where she puts her feet naturally, and she just sets herself up very easily. So she's very deserving of first place in her own class. Moving on to our adult females. This was our bigger class, so a little more difficult. I did start the class off with our mostly brownish gray girl with the white face. She just had the best package for me today, and I believe one of the older females in the group, but her top line still holds solid. She pops that tail and her neck right out of the top. Her feet drop straight down, and she tracks really truly to and away from me. So she had the best overall package and look for me today in our adults. That being said, her neck and her back is what places her over our second place female. Our second place has really nice tracking. It's just that neck coming out of her shoulder juncture that holds her back from being in that first position today. It is for her top line in second place that she places over our third place girl. I just like to strengthen out this gray girl's top line in third, and that would move her up in the class today. But these two are a very tight pair, my second and third. Moving on down to my fourth girl. I really like this female when she came in. Just a few things here and there that held her back from being higher up in the class today. I'd like to strengthen that top line, pick up that butt just a little bit, and she's got a little bit of wonkiness going on in one of her rear legs today. So that's what held her back from being further up in the class. Moving on down to our fifth place girl. She just doesn't come out as strong of that shoulder, and she doesn't move around the ring as smoothly as the girls ahead of her today. But I really liked seeing all of them, and I'm so glad you brought them out. If my first and seconds could stay out for Grand and Reserve, and the rest of you, thank you for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was just informed Legacy Photography will be leaving in how many minutes? 30 minutes. 30 minutes. So if you want pictures in the backdrop for legacy photography, you need to get it done in the next 30 minutes. Results of the medium wool adults. Fourth place, 2-bit 2 Spittin' Image. Third place, 3B Llamas, Luna. Let's start with fifth place, 3B Llamas, Moon Pie. Fourth place, 2-bit 2 Spittin' Image. Third place, 3B Llamas, Luna. Second place was 2-bit 2 Miss Zeta. And the winner of the adult medium wool was RWL Alara. On the alpaca side, Class 203, Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell. Class 204, second place was Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. And first place, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. Class 205, in third place, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. In second place was Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell. And the winner of Class 205, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. In the ring is Class 206.
All right, well, here in the ring was a group of four, all pretty energetic Wakaya black yearling females. Starting the class here, ending in number 056. This female came really together as the most complete within this lineup. As I take a look at her, she's got the bones, she's got the proportions, the chest overall, and maintaining the frame to her that's really impressive. As I view her fleece, this is really the separation point between her and the remaining three in the group. She's maintained a very tight and highly defined crimp structure, not only at that top line, but also towards the shoulder, the midside, and the rump. She just really carries that extremely well towards the extensions. From first to second place. Second place is the youngest within this group. She is the most well grown here within this lineup as well. Ultimately, she just wasn't maintaining the same level of density nor the same degree of organization, particularly at the base of the staple. So that was a separation point here between first and second. She is, however, carrying more uniformity, more strongly uniform in color compared to that of third place. Third place, although she is the finer of the two compared to second, she is expressing a more variation, seeing some wider and lighter fibers working their way throughout that blanket. So within this black class, that was a placing point here between second and third. She was, however, carrying the denser of the fleeces from third to fourth. Fourth place, oldest in the class, and really served as my benchmark from first down to the remaining of the group. She's certainly well built overall, straight top line. Ultimately, she just wasn't maintaining the same level of organization that was expressed across the length of the staple compared to those that stand above her today. Thank you to all of you, and well done.
In the alpaca ring, Class 206, Hukaya Black Yearling Females. Fourth place went to Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell. Third was Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. Second, Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell. And the winner for Class 206 was Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. In the ring is Class 207 and 208. 207 and 208 in the ring at this time.
This is our single entry into the yearling heavy wool female class. And that is super disappointing because this girl really holds it all together and deserves a little competition out here. She has beautiful width in her front and rear legs. She has great bone density that I like to see on my heavy wools, but she also has this stretch. Sometimes in our heavy wools, you see them just a little bit more compact, a little bit more solid, but this girl has all of those things and the stretch. So she really holds it together and shows me all those things that I want to see. Moves around smoothly, comes right out of that neck comes right out of that shoulder with her neck today, and just not a lot to fault about her. So thank you for bringing her out.
All right, in the ring, two separate single entry classes. Single entry 2-year-old black Wakaya female, followed by a single entry mature black Wakaya female at the age of 55 months. Starting here with the 2-year-old, 31-month-old female, conformationally sound. She has the width, the springer rib, the capacity to her frame. Very important for the fit to function purposes for these females, as she is a female that is a breeding age now. Very important overall to have that ability to have plenty of room to carry and support offspring moving forward. So certainly is excellent to see these types of females standing in the ring. As I take a look at her fleece, she's been shorn a few times now, so she's maintaining an overall regrowth that's still very fine relatively for her age and uniform within that level of fineness. So still producing very usable and very quality fiber. Congratulations. And at 55 months of age, once again, another female that's conformationally sound. She's well grown, has a springer rib and the capacity from the chest throughout towards the pelvis, and she's maintaining a crimp structure that is evenly expressed from skin to tip, from the shoulder to the midside to the rump. Happy to award both of these females a blue ribbon. Congratulations.
Heavy wools in the Llama ring. Heavy wools single entry for yearling goes to 4R Amira. 4R Amira. In the ring is the 2-year-olds. On the alpaca side, class 207 went to Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan, and class 208 went to Wild Hair Alpacas, Peter Zeke. Now the champion drive for blacks. Hikaya Black Female Championship in the ring at this time.
All right, this is my 2-year-old heavy wool female class, and this pair of females is really, really, really tight. Very similar body styles, a little bit difference in height and a little bit difference in structure, but very, very similar. And today, the biggest determining factor for me was just that smoothness on the walk as they walked around the ring on profile. She's just a little frumpy today. It could be teenage attitude, you never know. But our black female really held her top line as she moved around the ring really beautifully. But they both have wonderful neck to back junctures, great balance. So both really impressive females, and nothing to take away from either one. But that is what placed our black female over our white female today. So thank you guys.
On the llama side, the heavy wool 2-year-olds. Second place went to Manilet's Adelina, and first place 99 Pine Princess Augusta. In the ring is the adult heavy wool. On the alpaca ring, in the alpaca ring, Hakaya Black Female Championship, your champion went to Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. In the alpaca ring, your reserve champion in the Hakaya Black Female Championship is Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan.
Congratulations to 2026 National Western Stock Show color and reserve champion for the Black Wakaya female division. Stepping up in the championship role, yearling female. This female is simply impressive. She has the overall phenotype, the conformation, and she does not sacrifice or disappoint with her fleece. She's maintained a very soft handling fleece, extremely uniform, both within the character and organization, as well as in the level of micron. Very happy to award a championship here today. And stepping up in just over 8 months of age into the reserve championship position. This female is extremely, very phenotypically pleasing. She's well grown already for her age, and she's maintaining a very fine fleece with a high degree of density that's developing. Congratulations.
All right, I have my adult heavy wool female over here, this beautiful chocolate girl, and she's got places to be today, so she's just going to keep moving, and that's fine. We'll take a look at her from here. She's a really nice adult female that we have out here. She's really balanced, proportionate from that neck to back to legs, and she moves around the ring really smoothly when she's moving slow enough to see. But not taking away anything from this girl. She's a really nice female, well built, and she's very sturdy on all 4 feet. So she's a great specimen out here. Thank you.
In the llama ring, we are selecting, or the selection of heavy wool. Champion heavy wool is being selected in the llama ring.
Single injury, brown juvenile Wakaya female. Happy to award a blue ribbon here to this young female. Certainly is a shame she did not have additional competition because she certainly could be very competitive here in her own right. She's overall very square, very well balanced. Perhaps just a little bit tight in the front and the rear leg sets at this point, but she is just over 8 months of age. She has plenty of time to continue to grow up out of that particular trait. Viewing her fleece, it's a very soft handling fleece, very fine as well with a tight crimp structure. If I could change anything about her fleece, I would just like to see even more of it. I'd like to see more density in there, especially at the base of the staple. So just something to keep an eye on and see if she continues to develop into that fleece. Congratulations.
In the llama ring, the results of the champion heavy wool. Champion went to 4R Amira and reserve champion 99 Pine Princess Augusta. Next in is best of show. All champion females will come back for best of show. In the Alpaca Ring, Class 210 went to Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. In the ring is Class 211. In the Llama Ring, Best of Show went to 4R Amira. 4R Amira was Best of Show. Produce of Dam in the ring at this time. Produce of Dam in the ring at this time.
In the Llama ring, we have our produce of dam class. Not all judges like to talk about the produce and the get of sire classes because they can be a little bit confusing, but I like to talk about them, especially when we have an audience, and explain kind of what we're looking at and how this class is judged, since it is so different from our halter classes. So for produce of dam, we have 2 babies out of a female. They can either have the same sire or a different sire, and we have 1 pair with the same and 1 pair with different. And that only plays a little bit into what we're looking at. Mostly what I'm trying to see is the most consistent positive traits that the mother can pass on to her babies. And so a lot of people think maybe we're looking for lookalikes. Unfortunately, both of our pairs are kind of lookalikes, so it does kind of look that way today, but that's not what we're looking for. We're not looking for twins, we're looking for positive traits. So neck to back junctures, we're looking for balance, we're looking for movement as they move to and from and on the profile. And today I went with my Surrey critters over here. They just had more consistency through their traits, and I really liked seeing, especially on the front and rear legs as they moved to and away from me, was mostly what put them over our second pair. Just a little bit on that rear legs between the 2 of them, just not quite as consistent for me today. So I'm losing it, guys. I've got 1 class.
In the Llama ring, produce of dam, second place, Happy Hiker Avalon. And the winner of produce of dam, Tall Tales Miyamura.
All right, here in the ring is a full class as I place up to a maximum of 6 placements here of the brown yearling Wakaya females. And really was a competitive class here, balancing both conformation and fleece attributes here. And coming to the top of the group as the most complete within both of those regards is this number ending in 037. This female here walked into the ring, and she's maintaining an overall growth to her frame that's appropriate for her age. She's tracking evenly as well, and she's nice and upright on all 4s. As I view her fleece, this is where she really separates from the rest of the field. Breaks into individual staples, extremely organized from skin to tip, not only at the top line, but also towards the mid-side and towards the extremities. As I work my way from the prime blanket, she's still producing extremely usable fiber here that's highly organized and very bright, and this really was the separation point for her to earn first place today. Congratulations. From first to second place. Second place, this female here really does have that look to her. She's the one that I refer to as just eye-catching. She's got the width of the chest, the substance of bone here from the ground up, and a straight, strong top line. As I view her fleece, while she is maintaining organization to it with a tight crimp structure expressed from skin to tip, ultimately our first place female just had the advantage for even more of those subgroups within that staple type. So it's that level of organization that separates first and second. However, is the overall package that places second over third. Third place ending number 030, just qualifying for this yearling age group at 12.1 months of age. She's, for all intents and purposes, she's practically a juvie here, is what we're seeing here. So she really is overall well grown, and she's holding her own within this very competitive class. She is the finest within this group and very uniform as well. Ultimately, she just doesn't carry quite the same degree of definition towards the base as I transition further down from top line to mid-side and lower mid-side. It was, however, a level of fineness here that places third over fourth. fourth place as I go from the youngest in third to the oldest in fourth. She's got the width to the chest, and she's got that width continuing throughout towards the pelvis with a strong substance of bone. And this is a very long fleece. Ultimately, I just want to see a little bit more softer handling, a little bit more uniformity between the finer and the stronger fibers in order for her to move up any higher into the top three. From fourth to fifth, fifth place has a very soft hand overall, I will grant. Ultimately, just want to see more organization as I work my way to the base of the staple compared to what's expressed within fourth place. She was, however, more conformationally correct than that of the sixth place female. Although sixth place does have a fleece that I certainly do want to recognize with a tight crimp structure, ultimately she's lacking within the strength on her pasterns, particularly that left front. As I viewed her in motion, she was really compensating and wasn't as strong off that front left pastern. So just something to keep an eye on here. It was a placement point for me here today, so just continue to keep an eye on her. Thank you to all of you, and well done.
On the alpaca side, Class 211 results: sixth place, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. Fifth place, Red Granite Ranch, Sharon Milligan. Fourth place, Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell. Third place, Ironhide Alpacas, Cadence Rardin. Second went to Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell. And the winner of class number 211, Liberty Alpacas, Jeff Williamson. In the ring is class 212, single entry. Blazing Star Ranch, Karen Champion. Upon completion of class 212, champion drive for Hukaya Brown female. Champion drive for Hukaya Brown female upon completion of this class.
Hopefully. Single entry for the brown Wakaya mature female, ending in 022. 31 months of age, and this female certainly is maintaining a great width to the chest. Overall, strong springer rib and capacity, as she is a female that is of breeding age. It's very important to have for fit to function purposes for the ability to support and carry a offspring in the future. So as I view her fleece, she's been shorn a few times now, and she's still maintaining regrowth to that fleece that is maintaining a crimp structure that's expressed from skin to tip pretty evenly. She is expressing some wider and lighter fibers that are working their way into that blanket, which is to be expected around this point, but ultimately I would ideally like to see just a overall more uniform in color fleece. But with that said, I am happy to award her a blue ribbon. Congratulations.
All right, this is our Get of Sire class, so very similar to our producive dam and what we're looking for exactly. But because our sires can throw out more offspring in a less amount of time, we bring out 3 so that we can show more consistency and show more of the variety of what he can produce. So our first pair, our Surrey pair here, or trio, is 2 different dams and 1 sire, and then our multicolored variety pack over here. Cocktail, okay, I like it, are 3 different dams and 1 sire. So again, keeping in mind what we're looking for, I did end up going with the Surrey trio over our cocktail party over here, just again for that consistency and positive traits. And you can see it through the front and the rear legs on all 3 of these guys, and just their similar density and build, and just a little bit more variety and positive traits here, not quite as consistent across the line. But thank you guys.
Results of the Llamas Get a Sire. Your second place and reserve champion goes to Manolette, and you're in first place and champion Mondavi RTC. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Llama Show for the day. 10 o'clock in the morning, we'll resume right here in this arena. 10 o'clock in the morning for the performance right here in this arena.
Congratulations to the 2026 National Western Stock Show Color and Reserve Champion for the Brown Wakaya female division. Both of these females came from the very deep and very competitive yearling age group class, and the color champion here really stood out within that lineup. This female is maintaining certainly a very, very impressive fleece overall. She's maintained a high degree of organization. It's extremely bright, very fine, and uniform within that level of fineness. Congratulations. And stepping up from the second place position into reserve, number ending in 007, this female is certainly extremely well built. She has that eye-catching factor to her. Really, this is what a brown Wakaya female should look like. As I view her fleece, it's not only dense, also extremely bright as well. Very happy to award her this reserve. Congratulations.
For the Wakaya Brown Female Championship goes to Liberty Alpaca 2 Legit, Liberty Alpacas, Jeff Williamson. And reserve champion goes to Estates Gibraltar Calypso Serenity, Alpaca Country Estates, Nancy Chappell.